Thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. But let me commend the minority leader that despite the fact that he's a seer and he has foreseen what is about to happen, he has actually assisted us by just doing his constitutional duty. So I congratulate you for your patriotism. Thank you for being a statesman. So I can go ahead and Sergeant Adams. So with the distinguished leader, Senator Jimmy Kuta. Please, let me quickly read this. This is from distinguished Senator
When are we doing that? But they didn't put
distinguished colleagues from distinguished Senator Orwell Onyeso. I write to officially announce my defection from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress. This decision is coming on the heels of several consultations with Rivers East Senatorial District people, whose collective aspirations I represent, and several other stakeholders to ensure the effective representation of Rivers East Senatorial District people in the red chambers. Their interests remain sacrosanct, and I will continue to uphold their interests throughout my stay in the red chambers of the National Assembly. Political parties are channels for the expression of political interests, and if they are popular and structurally intact, they get elected to represent the people's will. It was on this basis that I got elected on the platform of the PDP. However, recent events have revealed the importance of aligning with the center and the political will to transform the fortunes of my people with structures that can facilitate the popular endorsement of good political will through elections. My commitment to fostering the development of the Rivers East Senatorial District, especially towards empowering its most important resource, the human capital, remains unwavering and will always be through seasons, through times, and even through parties. Landmark transformations will be the heartbeat of this new era of representation. Sustainable transformation works require consistent collaboration across board, and this is why I beckon on every supporter and those drawn by the great works we have so far done to commit themselves to doing good and remaining steadfast in the support of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So together, we will build a Rivers East Senatorial District that can accommodate the dreams of future generations through the APC. This is from distinguished Senator. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, well, yes, sir. Congratulations. And please, just a minute, since it's a bombardment from Rivers. This one is from distinguished Senator. This is from distinguished Senator. Senator Zam. Sorry. All those empty seats I'm saying means that we can accommodate more.
Yeah, no more space.
No space. We are very big. Don't go there.
There's no space.
This is from.
There's no more space.
In accordance with Section 68(1)(g) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I, distinguished Senator Bigi Barinada, hereby announce Progressive Congress. I'm doing this after due consultation with the people of my senatorial district. The PDP has unresolved issues, divisions at the national, divisions at the state, divisions at the local government, and divisions even at the ward levels, resulting in parallel structures across the nation and the breakdown of effective party authority in Rivers State particularly and my senatorial district in general. These circumstances clearly constitute a division within the meaning of the Nigerian Constitution, rendering continued membership untenable and unpracticable, by align with the governance of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. I have resolved, therefore, to formally today join the All Progressives Congress. I respectfully request my colleagues to understand. I thank my former party, the fractured People's Democratic Party, for affording me the first opportunity to enter the red chambers. And they are duly notified, and of course, this defection, they have recorded this defection because they are aware that they have not been able to resolve any issue that can make any politician, more so a legislator, comfortable in running under their banner. Attached herewith, for ease of reference, are copies of my PDP ward and local government letters acknowledging receipt of my resignation. Please, my distinguished colleagues, accept me in the full of the All Progressive Congress caucus of the Senate, and then Nigerians accept the assurances of my highest constitutions. Yours faithfully, Senator Barinada Bigi, Rivers Southeast Senatorial District. Congratulations to two of you. Accompanying the announcements are a number of dignitaries from our party. Distinguished Senator Magnus Abe is here. We welcome you to your chambers. We have welcomed you. We have the members of the House of Representatives caucus of the National Assembly, the 10th National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They are all here to witness this occasion. Our colleagues, you are all welcome. And then from our party, we have Honorable Ali Buka Dalori, who is the Deputy National Chairman, North. Very high-powered delegation. We welcome you, sir. And then we have distinguished Senator Surajuddin Ajibola Bashiru, the effective and hardworking National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress. We have also Chief Victor Jadom, my own National Vice Chairman representing the South-South in the All Progressives Congress. We are welcome. We also have the Honorable Mwazu Bawa Rijao of the party, a very hardworking member of our party and National Vice Chairman. Okay, I normally see you on television. We welcome to the Red Chambers of the National Assembly. That is our effective National Publicity Secretary, who has continued to drum the message of the APC to all and sundry and to the international community. We are very proud of you. Welcome to the Red Chambers. We also have Alaja Zainab Ibrahim. This is our Deputy National Women Leader, one of those giving hope to the additional seats for women in Nigeria by good conduct, and is our National Youth Leader and an international speaker and coordinator of international youth affairs in the world. We have also Honorable Durosimi Meseko, Deputy National Public Secretary of our great party. You are welcome. We have also Chief Anthony Okocha, is the state chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, who will soon take these people to go and enjoy themselves and celebrate the victory of Rivers State that is coming in 2027 in APC. Okocha, congratulations. We have also with them Chief Eric Nwibani, and that is the State Secretary of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State, already ready to register the 2 members at the state level. Secretary, welcome to the Red Chambers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Senate Leader, do the needful.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, is yet another moment to congratulate our dear country, Nigeria, because I believe that in leaps and bounds, our democracy is growing. This situation is like describing an elephant. It depends on the direction from which you are looking at it. If you are looking at it from the tail, you think that's the size of the elephant. If all you can grab is the hair, you think that's the size of the elephant. Let me say once again that the ruling party that produced us is a party registered under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended. And the party has at its constitutional obligation to open its doors to all those who intend to join the party without credence to religion or tribe or any other form of discrimination that can be imagined. Secondly, if a government is doing well in the estimation of stakeholders, because elected members of parliament are stakeholders in any democracy, if in their estimation they feel that the government of the day is doing well and they want to identify, and they have consulted with their own constituents, because it is said that every politics is local, and their constituents feel comfortable with it, it is allowed in a democracy, in the Constitution and under our rules, for such legislators to cross carpet. And we have continued to witness that in this hallowed chamber. And today, we have also witnessed 2 of our great colleagues from the other side of the aisle, distinguished Senator Orwell and distinguished ranking Senator Barinada Mpigi, crossing carpet to join us here in the APC caucus. I congratulate the 2 gentlemen, and I congratulate our party, the All Progressive Congress, and that's why I'm not surprised that the party is here, led by our National Secretary and our Deputy National Chairman who are here, and other members of the National Working Committee here in their large number. It is good for our democracy, and all those, again, who are trying to insinuate that we are trying to turn Nigeria to a one-party state should please recognize the fact that nobody is joining our party under any form of coercion. These are responsible stakeholders who are trying to do what they consider to be best, for their own people and for our democracy. I also congratulate you, Mr. President of the Senate, as well as our other colleagues in the APC caucus, while also assuring members of the minority caucus that will continue to work with them. Again, let me say, this is one of the moments that I feel for our dear colleague, and respected brother, ranking Senator Abba Moro, the minority leader, because I can see the extent to which, depletion is taking place on the other side, but we'll continue to work with them. And I'm happy that we still have ranking senators like His Excellency Senator Aminu Waziri Tambua, Senator Victor Ume, and some other ranking senators. They are well respected by us. So we still have people in the minority group that will continue to work with. And I know that when they are here, they do not see themselves as members of opposition. They see themselves first as senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and will continue to work together in overriding best interest. So finally, I want to congratulate also the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. This is really good for our democracy, and we'll continue to do our best to ensure that we use power and are staying in office to translate, our democracy to food on the table for Nigerians, to good education for their children, to health, healthcare provisions that are meaningful. I thank you so much, Mr. Senate President, and what is left is for me to assure distinguished Senator Dante Ampigo and all well that their seats are ready, and invite the Chief Whip to please take them to their seat after visiting after approaching the chair and taking some quick photograph with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Leader of the Senate, is not debatable that in a seat to make sure people live forever, but she will never want heaven to be empty. So where you are seeing now is that don't pity Senator Abamoro and don't pity the PDP. We must rather use the lesson of the breakup of the PDP to run the APC. There must be a proper internal democracy, there must be obedience to rule of law, and there must be adherence to not just due process. Justice must be allowed to prevail in the All Progressive Congress. I'm saying this because of the caliber of people who have come from our national headquarters. The internal democracy must strive within the APC, and anybody that enters our party has equal privileges with those who had always been existing there. And so there's no discrimination. So I welcome them, and I know that Senator Tambua is looking at what is going on here, because I always say that whenever a goat is watching the slaughter of a chicken, the goat will see and wonder how his day will be. So this is the point. So you can see the joy that is happening here now. Whatever is done on earth is done in heaven. So the joy of the Nigerians that with the polity is becoming very stable, by the parliaments having absolute and strong majority for the policies of Nigerians to thrive, clearly show that you need to belong to where you can express your voice and be heard. But there's nothing wrong in remaining a lone minority. So the distinguished Senator Abamoro, we sympathize with you, but I hereby instruct that the leader of the Senate should move to the other side of the aisle and bring our new members to join us. I so rule. Please, quickly.
Order, please.
Can you take your seat? The team says, take your seat. Take your seats. You are not. Take your seats. Take your seats.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. Senator Ned Nwoko. Senator Ned Nwoko, take your seat. Senator Ned Nwoko, take your seat. Senator Simon Dalo, take your seat. Senator Ned Nwoko, take your seat.
Leader of the Senate, please restore the sanctity of the hallowed chamber. Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, but please, your comments should come after the strangers are gone. Restore the sanctity of the chambers.
I thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues. Minority Leader, Majority Leader is on his feet. The Senate Leader, okay.
Senator Goje, you don't need to pity anybody. Please go back to your majority seat.
Mr. President,
let him rather come to you. I know you were sympathizing with him, but let him come
Mr.
to you.
President,
Let him come to you and tell you, see what has happened to me.
Mr. President, Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the suspended rules under Order 12 be now restored to ensure the continuation of our proceedings in situation of sanctity and this hallowed chamber. I so move.
Thank you. The minority leader, the able minority leader, ebullient minority leader, the hardworking minority leader, you may wish to second the motion that will restore the sanctity of the hallowed chambers.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I second the motion to allow for the restoration of relevant orders to enable the plenary to resume. But Mr. President, I will crave your indulgence to allow me to make a few comments after the rest.
Thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded.
I'm only
that we
asking
do
for
restore the
indulgence.
sanctity of the chambers on the departure of the stranger. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Dismiss Senator Abamoro. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. In view of what has just happened, I want to say that my colleagues on this part of the aisle who have moved have exercised their rights to associate as they wish. But Mr. President, let me make this observation, that the announcement with our rules, because we had started the business of the day, and in between, the business was cut to allow for that entrance. But all the same, I have seconded that motion, and I don't intend to withdraw my secondment. But Mr. President, let me say here, like I have said before, that when you overload a boat midstream, the possible consequence is the boat capsizing. I just pray that this boat does not.
When he's saying the right thing, the mic will be on.
Mr. President, I think that when people move, they should have the courage to move with their conviction and not to give impressions of the imminent collapse of the PDP or the opposition. We are still here listening to you when you were talking. So please, I think you know in our tradition that you can't beat a child and ask him not to cry. And so I want you to listen. I want you to listen to me, Mr. President. I find it a little unfortunate that the leader of the Senate is congratulating himself and his party on the dangerous drift of Nigeria's democracy. I want to insist that this is not good for democracy.
Okay. Yeah, please restrict,
Mr. President, that contrary to the impression,
restrict yourself to the
that's where I'm going.
Business of the day.
That's where I'm going. It's Mr. President. I want to insist that this side of the aisle has not collapsed. And I want to insist that even if you look at the attendance today, there are more than the insinuation of the opposition remaining only 5. But Mr. President, I want to share a conversation I had with one of my colleagues. I want to share a conversation that I had with my colleague recently. He said, whether it is minority of 1 or minority of 50, it is minority. And we will continue to work from this side of the aisle in the best interest of Nigeria. So, Mr. President, don't be afraid. We are not harmful.
Please stand up. Oshole wants to see whether you are taller than him.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order.
Point of order. Mr. President, I'm coming under order 42
Order 38, Order 42. Let me say that what he's talked about were his personal opinion, which ought to have come under Order 42. So, all what he said is in violation of our rules. And he ought to have done this in the morning. Mr. President, I want you to call him to order. That what he did now is a violation of Order 42. I say so, Mr. President.
Distinguished Deputy Senate President, recall that this defection was earlier read in the morning by the Senate President and then deferred. And then, of course, we decided to take it before going into the major final issues of the day. So you are right in observing that it's in violation of our rules, that it did not come under Order 42. He said, if you beat a child, don't expect the child not to cry. So if what he did, he violated the rule out of confusion, your point of order is noted. Point of order.
Let him say the order. Let him say the order which the leader of the
point of order, Senator Jimo.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. My name is Jimo Folorunso Ibrahim, representing Ondo South. I'm coming under Order 42. I think you take legislative notice of it or may I read it?
Order what?
Yes, Order 42.
Order
42.
42.
Yes, sir. By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator may make a personal explanation, although there be no question before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may debates arise from the explanation. The time of the proposed statement shall be submitted in detail to the President of the Senate when the leave to make it is short.
Listening to Senator Jimo met me and said that today may likely be his last day of sitting, that he would just want to thank the Senate and as he's now about to depart to represent Nigeria as an ambassador. Is it the view of the Senate that he be allowed to use 1 minute to thank the Senate? Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Jimo, you may go ahead and appreciate your colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and my very, very distinguished colleagues of the Senate. I most sincerely appreciate the effort of these chambers, and more importantly, the leadership of the Senate, the 10th Senate, under your very able leadership. I must say clearly that from day one, I did make an observation about this Senate. The time of the taxonomies and the praxis of this Senate in the last 2.5 years, which center majorly on liberal principles. I must say, Mr. Senate President, that the Nigeria Senate is a liberal Senate, and Nigeria as a country practice liberalism. And I must say that this is in tandem with geocentric political system. This Senate had been one in history that have distilled serious concern for national interests and national development. Let's look at it like the Senate leader observed a few minutes ago about the 7 blind man trying to describe an elephant. This Senate has been very central to national development by its liberal democracy. The President of the Senate, by the taxonomy of himself and the praxis that we observe, is a liberal person. We have seen a lot of cross movement within the chambers from our colleagues from the other side, appreciating development, appreciating national interest. People cross carpet not because of political gain, but when national development become very, very important, very, very central to what we need. And I must say that this habit and this praxis should continue in the interest of democracy and our father's land. As a matter of fact, I see diversity in religion here, diversity in personal opinion, but it doesn't disturb national development. It also contributes, to our national being. The Senate praxis is also in tandem with the executive praxis, because we also see our President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu as a liberalist. And it augurs well, honestly speaking, when you see a liberal president in a liberal country, liberal democracy, and you see a Senate that also believes in liberalism. It is not that this Senate is dull, no. It is not that this Senate is a compromising Senate, no. It is that a lot of our distinguished colleagues that are here, liberal people, former governors, former ambassadors, former legislators, and you can mention people from diverse walks in life that have distinguished themselves in their chosen career, are here, and they are just liberal people. And to liberalism is cooperation and collaboration. Before I end my short speech, let me re-emphasize the needs to continue to support the leadership of this Senate in the principle of liberalism and which center of collaboration. Collaboration is what I'm leaving you with. Cooperation is what I see in you, Mr. Senate President. I see a lot of cooperation in you. I see a lot of collaboration in you. I do not see weakness in all of this. And I want to re-emphasize, this must continue if we have to put the interests of our nation as top priority in our dashboard. Let me say clearly that I must thank everybody. This is not a valedictory speech yet, but at least an observation at this moment from distinguished former Senate President to the present Senate President, from the former chairman of our own party, AMPC, sitting at the back of the chamber and then taking all the baggage and all that, and ready to cooperate and collaborate and allow himself even to talk to us from time to time, to the distinguished Deputy Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a pure liberal himself. In fact, a man who is at the die heart of every other senator in this place. It's left for me to wish everyone the very best of luck, to the Senate leader, to the minority Senate leader himself, who is minor liberal and then more of a realist, but the current Senate doesn't allow you to distill more of realism in this, or aggressiveness of excessive power in the state of statism. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is a great country. It will continue to remain a great country in geocentric politics. The president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is still ready to compromise the sovereignty of this nation. Our country is a sovereign nation. We may not have absolute sovereignty, as no country in the world have absolute sovereignty. And I must say, by way of conclusion, Mr. President, that I must really thank your leadership. When we came in, not everybody supported you. It amazes me how you moved the opposition from that side and almost declined an empty seat there to this place. How did you do it? But it reminds me of the principle of liberalism. They are always in cooperation and collaboration. Thank you for your collaboration to the executive, to our nation. You are not, there's no dull moment in your own matter. It's a matter that you are excessively possessed in cooperation and collaboration. This is your own taxonomy. These are your practice that I can see here. Even as a governor in Akwa Ibom, you demonstrated this. But the 10th Senate give you an unending opportunity to practice the practice of cooperation and collaboration. It is from this process that you are able to bring development. You are able to bring hope in the hopeless situation. Justice in an unjustified society. You are able to collaborate with Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and this collaboration has moved our country forward. Move us forward in terms of our dangerous economic lane that Nigeria was some few years back to a prosperous economy, to a situation where we can confront brutally even the genocide and the insurgency. Yes, a nation must have at least one problem. We are not absolutely sovereign. America cannot be absolutely sovereign because America cannot control all the emails that enter America today. No nation has control over erosion. You cannot control emotional erosion. Move it to your country because you cannot give visa to erosion. And that is why cooperation and collaboration is important. I must thank you specially for that kind of leadership you show to the leader of the Senate, to the deputy Senate leader of this deputy president of this chamber, and the leadership of the chamber and our distinguished colleagues. Look at the way we flung your chair. You are not somebody with aggressive possession or power for the state of statism. We go to you. You didn't send us away for one day. You are indeed a great Nigeria. Please keep the leadership, keep this hollow chamber in the state of leadership, collaboration, and cooperation. I do know in a little time our future judges, Senator Tamboa, will be moved to this side and many of them over there, because nobody can resist the temptation of your collaboration and your cooperation. You are marrying all of us with this distillment of this cooperation. I must thank you. Today, I will be more of liberal, because I see liberalism triumphing so well with the marriage between you and Mr. President of Nigeria. At your speech, when the President presented his budget, you made last conclusion, and they were very amazing. Somebody started me and said, why did the Senate President say, Mr. President is your Senate, and we are so for you? And I told him that is how liberals behave. Liberals cannot keep it. Liberals cannot hide it. That very collaboration that will lead to national development. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. And I want to say that this attitude, this praxis, this taxonomy should continue to move.
Your mic as you're ending. Let me, out of all that, thank the outgoing distinguished colleague, distinguished Senator Jimo Ibrahim, for your very liberal words and your collaborative words. And thank you for collaborating with your colleagues, showing love, relating with all to take us to this level. The Senate is the Senate of brotherhood. The Senate will carry each other along. What affects one affects all. So we are happy. That is why you saw us sympathizing with the minority leader, Ababoro. We are not supposed to, but we had to do that because we feel for him when we look at the empty seats. And then we realize that it's like a father losing children. And his democracy in action. And it's constitutional. Freedom of association. Freedom to relate. There is nothing can hamper it. So this is democracy in action. So thank you and congratulations as you go ahead to remain an ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Appropriations on the 2024 Appropriation Act Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2025 SB 985. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was referred to the committee on Wednesday, 17th December 2025. Mr. President, may I also inform that the third order of the day as well is with respect to report by the same committee, which is the presentation and consideration of the report on Committee on Appropriations on the 2024 Appropriation Act, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2025, SB 986. The bill was also referred to the committee on Wednesday, 17th December 2025. Mr. President, I'm making a motion that the two reports be consolidated coming from the same committee, and if that is taken, Mr. President, that you may then wish to invite most distinguished Senator Olamilekan Adeola Solomon, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the presentation and consideration of the report. I so move.
Distinguished Senator Eshilogu, you may wish to second the motion moved by the Senate leader.
I remain Wasiu Sani Eshinlokun, Senator representing Lagos Central. I stand to second the motion as moved by the majority leader. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that the two reports on appropriation be laid before the Senate for further action. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished Senator Olamelekun, you will move forward to submit the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague. May I move that this Senate do receive the report of the Joint Committee on Appropriation on the 2024 and 2025 Appropriation Act, repeal and enact.
The motion ably moved by my chairman as the deputy chairman of the Appropriation Committee.
So the distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that the repeal and reenactment bill 2025 are not. Please, Olamelekun, straight into the highlights so that we can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished colleague, Adeola Solomon Olamilekan, representing Ogun West Senatorial District in the Senate of the Federal Republic. Mr. President, this is the report of the Joint Committee on Appropriation on the 2024 and 2025 Appropriation Act, Repeal and Enactment Bill 2025. Mr. President, you may wish to recall that the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, transmitted the letter of repeal and enactment, the bills on Friday, 19 December 2025, in accordance with the established constitutional and legislative appropriation process. 2.0 of the bill, that is the original intent of the repeal and enactment, while the first one has to do with the repealing of the sum of 35.005 trillion naira and reenacting a sum of 43.561,041,744.50 naira, and the breakdown of the makeup of the 43.5 is contained in the report, while 2.02 has to do with the repeal of 2025 Appropriation Act of 54.990 trillion and replacing it with the sum of 48.316 trillion. The breakdown of this 48.316 trillion is also contained in the body of the report, while the reduction from 54.48, this was as a result of moving 70% of 2025 capital into 2026, as clearly stated during the presidential budget presentation. 3.0 relates with that was sent to the Senate by the President, and that is clearly stated in 3.0, which has to do with the economic team appearing before the committee to give us an idea as to why they are repealing and reenacting the two budgets. And the highlight of the bill is contained in 4.0, which has to do with the highlight of 2024 Appropriation Act, the repeal and enactment, and 2025, as stated below. The first one, under the 4.01, we have the aggregate expenditure, the statutory transfer, and all other components of the 43.5 trillion naira for 2024. While 2025 also, which is contained next, which has to do with the 4.316 trillion naira. Also the component, the statutory transfer, the debt servicing, the recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure is contained. The 5.0 clearly states the observation and findings of the committee, which I would like to go through into detail. The committee made the following observation and finding during their engagement with the economic team. That under the 2024 Appropriation Act, the repeal and enactment, an additional 8.5 trillion was introduced into the capital component of 2024 Appropriation Act to accommodate special intervention, particularly in response of security, humanitarian, and economic emergencies that confront the country during the period under consideration. While two,
The repeal and enactment seek to balance the responsiveness with fiscal responsibility, ensuring that urgent expenditure do not weaken legislative oversight and undermine the fiscal procedure, the fiscal prudence. 3, under the 2025 Appropriation Act, the repeal and enactment, the sum of 6.674 trillion was reduced from the capital allocation and rolled it to 2026 fiscal year due to the funding constraint. The initiative is expected to make the budget effective in meeting the expenditure of governance, given the anticipated increase in revenue generating profile in the next fiscal year. And the last but not the least, the continuation of the practice of running a multiple budget cycle concurrently, such as extending the implementation of 2025 Appropriation Act deep into 2025, while 2025 budget is already in force, undermine the budget clarity and weaken fiscal discipline. Mr. President, very distinguished colleague, it is on that note, after the observation and findings, that we now make our recommendation, which is as follows. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, the committee hereby recommend that the Senate do consider and approve the repeal and enactment of 2024 Appropriation Act to authorize the issuance from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 43.5 trillion naira. Only of which, as I've said, the component is clearly stated there, that is what's the made-up of the statutory transfer, the capital component, the recurrent, and the non-debt expenditure. The new fund of the Federation, the sum of 48.3 trillion naira. Mr. President, as usual, it contains the details, that is what makes up the 48.3 trillion naira. And also, lastly, that only for the contribution to the development fund for the capital expenditure of the year to end on the 31st day of March 2026 with accompanying schedule and details. That is, the budget for 2025 is hereby extended to 31st of March 2026. Conclusion. On behalf of the committee, I wish to thank the President of the Senate and the entire leadership and also the distinguished colleague for their support to the committee. I also commend the committee members for their dedication and diligence in ensuring this successful completion of this legislative assignment. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I so submit.
Deputy Senate President.
Mr. President, let me commend the members of the Appropriate Committee, particularly the chairman, for his job well done. This is top-notch report, best of the best, and crafted within a very short period of time. We gave them only 2 days. Yes, top-notch, top-notch. I was a pioneer chairman of the committee of the House of Representatives, and I came to the Senate. I also served as chairman of the Appropriation Committee, the first in the history of the legislature to serve in the Senate as a chairman of the Appropriation Committee and also in the House of Reps. So when I see something that is good, I know it is good. So this is top notch, Mr. President. And I commend the chairman and members of the committee for a job well done. I don't think there isn't anything to debate on this report. We just move ahead and pass it. Nothing to debate. We should pass it.
DSP, how did you describe it? Top notch. Top notch. Distinguished colleagues, DSP has stated that the top notch report does not need any debate, but the chairman of the Committee on Finance may wish to align himself with the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East. Just to flow as my leader, the Deputy Senate President, have said, it is a top-notch report. And the reason why he said that, I can figure some of the things that I've seen in this package. Things like the light rail in Kano, the light rail in Ogun, in Kaduna, in Lagos, and border communities being captured. I think there is no better time that if we allow this to go, we'll see a lot of changes. What we lack in this country is infrastructure. And what I have seen captured in this mostly are infrastructure, roads, railway, and the welfare of Nigeria. So I believe we members of this committee under the leadership of the chairman of appropriation have done very well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I just wanted to know whether there is any observation from your part. So I just want to also join to commend the committee for doing a wonderful job. The chairman of banking, do you have any reason to say it is not top notch? Then go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name remains Adetokunbo Abiro, and I represent Lagos East. I also would like to lend my voice to this top-notch presentation as espoused by the Deputy Senate President. Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, I also completely agree with all that my colleagues have said, because the essence of this is essentially to bring about fiscal discipline and at the same time balance it with making sure that we don't lose major infrastructural spending due to legislative oversight, just as it has been captured. And more importantly, to actually shut down the idea of all of these budgets that are overlapping. And for that, I really commend the committee for a top-notch job that they have done. Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, the chief whip.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Borno North Senatorial District. Well, as deputy chairman, my own is only to give muscular expression to the top-notch submission of my chairman, to the effect that the idea or the ugly scenario of running multiple budgets in a single revenue inflow will now be consigned to dustbin of history. And this is very, very commendable in the sense that such a practice brings about a lot of fiscal distortions to our budgetary system, and therefore commend members of the committee on behalf of my chairman for this very top-notch presentation, and urge my colleagues in the whole Senate to support this bill for passage with the speed of light. Thank you.
Well, distinguished colleagues, I thank you. So may I now invite the leader of the Senate.
Senate President, distinguished colleague. After listening to this top-notch report, which is worthwhile for us to wait for till this time, 23rd of December, I stand to move a motion that we resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the report.
The minority leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I second the motion that the Senate resolves into the Committee of Supply to further consider this report. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that we do resolve into Committee of Supply to consider this report. Those who support say aye, and those again say nay. The ayes have it. 2024 Appropriations Act Repeal and Re-enactment Bill 2025, SB 985. Those in support that the total share of the Federation revenue stands at 12.7 trillion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support that Schedule Part B, the total deduction of about 1.5 trillion should stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support that Schedule D, E, F, G, and H should stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support that Schedules Part 1 in terms of total other revenues, Schedule Part J, Part K, Part L, and Part M stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes this be part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Explanatory memorandum on page 15. Those in support that this form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Short title on clause 13, page 4. Those in support, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The long title on page 2. Those in support that the form part of the bill, say aye. And those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, 2025 Appropriations Act Repeal and Re-enactment Bill 2025, SB 986. Those in support that Schedule Part A, which is the total share of Federation revenue at 39.5 trillion, form part of the bill, say aye. And those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Schedule against, say nay. The ayes have it. Schedule E, F, and G. Those in support that this form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Schedule H, those in support that Schedule H to form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Schedule J, K, and LM. Those in support that they form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Aggregate expenditure of 48.3 trillion. Those in support that the aggregate expenditure of 43.3 trillion form part of the bill, say aye. Those against this form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The short title on clause 13, page 3. Those in support that this form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Long title on page 1. Those in support that this form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, I stand to move a motion that we return back to plenary for Mr. President to report progress.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, I second the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary to enable the chair report progress. I so second.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, the motion will be moved and seconded that we revert to plenary for the chair to report progress. Those in support say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate, the Committee of Supply, considered the report of the Committee on Appropriations in respect of the 2024 Appropriation Act Repeal and Re-enactment Bill 2025 and approve as follows. Total share of the Federation revenue as recommended. Total deductions as recommended. Schedule C, D, E as recommended. Schedule F, G, H as recommended. K, L, and M as recommended. Total multilateral loan funded projection as recommended. Total capital supplementation as recommended. Total capital expenditure as recommended. Aggregate expenditure as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Short title on clause 13 as recommended. Long title as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired at the Committee of the Supply? Distinguished colleagues, the Senate also in the Committee of Supply considered the report of the Committee on Appropriations on the 2025 Part A, total share of the Federation revenue as recommended. Schedule B, total deductions as recommended. Schedule D, E, Part 1 of Schedule H as recommended. Schedule J, K, L, and M as recommended. Total multilateral loan funded projects as recommended. Total capital supplementation as recommended. Total capital expenditure as recommended. Aggregate expenditure as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Short title as recommended. Long title as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of Supply? Leader of the Senate, I wish to move a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. I rise to move that the bills be now read for the third time. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I second the motion that the bill be read a third time. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the two bills having been considered, motion the Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 43 trillion 561 billion 41 million 700 naira only, of which 1 trillion 742 billion 786 million 788,000 is the third reading.
The clerk, you may wish to recommence.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 43 trillion 561 billion 41 million 700 naira only, of which 1 trillion 742 billion 786 million 708 88,150 naira only is for statutory transfers. 80 trillion 70 billion 960 million 660,881 naira only is for debt service. 11 trillion 268 billion 513,380 of 22 trillion 278 billion 708 million 968,673 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for capital expenditure for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2025 and for related matters 2025 SB 985 third reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 48 trillion 316 billion 242 million 591,785 naira only, of which 3 trillion 645 billion 761 million 358,985 naira only is for statutory transfers. 14 trillion 317 billion 142 million 689,548 naira only is for debt service. 13 trillion 588 billion 9 million 682,673 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 16 trillion 765 billion 321 million 860,640 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for capital expenditure for the year ending on the 31st of March 2026 and for related matters 2025 SB 9.
Distinguished colleagues, a total sum of 43 trillion 561 billion 41 million naira. 1,746,788,150 naira only is for statutory transfers, while 831 naira only is for debt service. 11,268,513,800. A bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation of the total sum of 43,581,041,007 naira only, of which 1,788,150 naira only is for statutory transfers, while the sum of 8,960,831 naira only is for debt service. 11,268,513,853 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 22,680,963 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for capital expenditure for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2025 and for related matters 2025 SB 985. Third reading taken. and passed. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation, the total sum of 48 trillion 316 billion 242 million 591,785 naira only, of which 3 trillion 645 billion 761 million 358,925 naira only is for statutory transfers, while 14 trillion 317 billion 142 million 689,548 naira only is for debt service, while 13 trillion 588 million 682,673 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 16 trillion 765 billion 328 million 860,640 naira only is for contribution to the Development Fund for Capital Expenditure for the year ending on the 31st day of March 2026 and for related matters 2025, third reading taken and passed. Distinguished colleagues, let me thank the Chairman of Appropriation and members and all our colleagues for their contributions to the repeal and re-enactment of the 2024 and 2025 Appropriation Acts, and pray that this will bring to an end the era of multiple budgeting, and also the two bills just passed will end by, while the 2024 will end in a few days, which is 31st day of December 2025. The 2025 appropriation as reenacted and passed today by the Senate will end on the 31st day of of March 2026. And thereafter, we will now be running only one budget for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. For me, this is again a major transformative step by Mr. President, and a well-guided, and also ensure that there is transparency in financial matters. So I congratulate all the Senate for this. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues.
Wait, sorry, Leader.
Yes, sir.
Olamilekon, the chairman appropriation, please approach the chair. Leader of the Senate, we are waiting for you.
Order of the day is the second reading of the 2026 Appropriation Bill 2025 SB 987. Distinguished senators will recall that Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria presented the 2026 budget to a joint session of the National Assembly on Friday, the 19th day of December. This appropriation bill is deemed to have been read the first time by virtue of the presentation of the bill to a joint session of the National Assembly. Mr. President, with your permission, I move that the 2026 Appropriation Bill 2025 be read for a second time. And in support of my motion, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, I hereby present the lead debate on the 2026 Appropriation Bill 2025 SB 987.
So let us allow the minority leader to second. You want to proceed with the debate, then proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to lead the debate on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 58 trillion 472 billion 628 million 944,759 naira for the services of the Federation for the year ending 31st December 20. This bill is the legal instrument through which the policy direction outlined by the President in his central to governance, economic management, and national development in the coming fiscal year. The bill is deemed to have been read the first time by virtue of its being laid before the joint session of the National Assembly on Friday, 19 December 2025. Macroeconomic context. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, the President's budget address was frank and frankly about the fiscal environment confronting the nation. The economy is in a phase of adjustment following far-reaching reforms aimed at restoring stability, correcting distortions, and strengthening public finance. The 2026 budget is therefore not an experimental document. It is a budget of consolidation, consolidating reforms already undertaken, stabilizing key economic indicators, and accelerating growth through targeted public investment. The 2026 budget, aggregate expenditure and composition. The total proposed expenditure of 54.097 trillion naira for statutory transfers, 15.909 trillion naira for debt service, 15.252 trillion naira for recurrent non-debt expenditure, and 23.214 trillion naira for capital expenditure through contribution to the development fund. This composition reflects deliberate prioritization. Capital expenditure remains the single largest component of discretionary spending, underscoring the administration's commitment to growth, productivity, and infrastructure development. Capital expenditure and development focus is the backbone of the 2026 budget. It targets sectors critical to economic expansion, including transport infrastructure, power and energy, agriculture, industrial development, housing, and the digital economy. As the President emphasized, sustainable growth cannot be achieved without addressing infrastructure deficits and expanding the productive capacity of the economy. This capital allocation is therefore designed to stimulate private investment, create jobs, enhance competitiveness, and strengthen food and energy security. Recurrent expenditure and service delivery. The provision of 15.252 trillion naira for recurrent non-debt expenditure is to ensure the efficient operation of government and the delivery of essential public services. This includes personnel costs, overheads, and service-wide obligations. Importantly, the President assured this Assembly that recurrent spending will be subjected to strict cost control, improved payroll management, and efficiency measures to ensure value for money and prevent fiscal slippage, debt service and fiscal responsibility. Mr. President, the allocation of 15.909 trillion naira for debt service reflects the reality of existing obligations. However, as stated in the budget address, the administration is pursuing strategies to improve revenue mobilization, widen tax base, and enhance the performance of government-owned enterprises in order to reduce reliance on borrowing over time. This Senate will continue to exercise its oversight responsibility to ensure that borrowing remains prudent and that debt is deployed strictly for development purposes. Statutory transfers. The sum of 4.097 trillion naira earmarked for statutory transfers fulfills constitutional obligations to key institutions of state. These transfers are essential to the stability of democratic governance and the independence of statutory bodies. Legislative responsibility. Mr. President, very distinguished, and align appropriations with national priorities and the aspirations of our constituents. The 2026 appropriation bill presents an opportunity for this Senate to reinforce fiscal discipline, promote accountability, and ensure that public resources deliver tangible outcomes. Distinguished colleagues, the President did not shy away. Transitional execution challenges were openly acknowledged. However, the Executive has committed to stronger fiscal discipline in 2026, with clear directives to key fiscal authorities to ensure strict adherence to appropriations, timeliness, and performance benchmarks, with an emphasis on digitized revenue mobilization, zero tolerance for leakages, and performance-based accountability. Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the philosophy of the 2026 budget is anchored on 4 pillars. 1, consolidating macroeconomic stability. 2, improving the business and investment environment. 3, promoting job-rich growth and poverty reduction. And 4, strengthening human capital while protecting the vulnerable. In essence, this budget proposes that we spend with purpose, manage debt with discipline, and pursue growth that is broad-based and sustainable. The fiscal framework presented to us reflects this balance, with expected revenues of 34.33 trillion naira and total expenditure of 58.18 trillion naira, including 15.52 trillion naira for debt servicing. The projected deficit of 4.28% of GDP remains within the medium-term fiscal parameters approved by this Senate. Capital expenditure of over 26 trillion naira signals a strong development orientation, even as recurrent spending is restrained. Distinguished colleagues, the sectoral priorities of this budget speak directly to Nigeria's pressing needs. Security receives primacy, rightly so, because without peace and stability, no economy can thrive. The President's articulation of a restructured national security architecture and a firm stance against terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and violent criminality underscores the seriousness of this commitment. Equally important are the substantial investments in education and healthcare, recognizing that no nation can rise above the quality of its people. Support for student financing, healthcare expansion, and partnerships with international donors reinforces the human capital focus of this budget. Investments in infrastructure, agriculture, and productivity further demonstrate an understanding that growth must be anchored on jobs, food security, and private sector participation. Mr. President and very distinguished colleagues, perhaps the most compelling message in the President's address is this: The true test of a budget is not in its presentation, but in its delivery. The commitment to better revenue, better spending, and better accountability must therefore guide our legislative scrutiny, amendments, and subsequent oversight. As we debate this bill, distinguished colleagues, we must ensure equity, realism, and value for money. We must align appropriations with outcomes, protect the most vulnerable Nigerians, and insist on transparency in implementation. In doing so, we will strengthen public trust and reaffirm the central role of the National Assembly in safeguarding the nation's fiscal future. Mr. President of the Senate, distinguished colleagues, the 2026 appropriation bill is not merely a financial document. It is a national compact, one that seeks to convert reform into resilience, resilience into prosperity, and prosperity into shared progress for all Nigerians. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, the 2026 appropriation bill is realistic, reform-aligned, and development-focused. It balances fiscal constraints with growth imperatives and reflects a clear policy direction. I therefore urge my distinguished colleagues to give this bill a favorable second reading and commit it to the Appropriations Committee for detailed consideration. Accordingly, Mr. President, I commend the 2026 appropriation bill to this hallowed chamber for debate and further legislative action. I thank you, Mr. President, and distinguished colleagues.
Minority Leader.
And
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I second the motion that this bill be read a second time. And Mr. President, with a kind indulgence, for me to make some remarks. I say second, Mr. President.
The same Senator Aliyu.
Senator Joy.
Thank you, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues. Mr. President,
point of order. Point of order.
Sorry, point of order.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, and with due respect to most ranking senator on his feet, His Excellency Senator Adamu Alero, I rise to move for the suspension. I rise to move pursuant to Order 8.3 of our rules for extension of time to enable us sit beyond 3 p.m. For this consideration.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I had earlier seconded this motion for the bill to be read the second time and crave your indulgence to make some remarks before the intervention of the motion for extension of time. I so second, therefore.
But after our colleagues have made contributions. So, motion has been moved and seconded that we do extend time to enable us sit beyond 3 o'clock. Those in support say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it. Please, just brief contributions on the bill, because we will close and come back to take the votes and proceedings. It's being prepared now to enable us adjourn.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, I'm in support of this very important bill, and I'm of the opinion that it should be committed to the Committee on Appropriation for proper scrutiny during the budget defense. But I must state in particular that I'm highly impressed with the allocation of 15.9 trillion naira for capital projects. Yes, 15.9 trillion naira, almost 16 trillion naira for capital projects. This has never happened since we came in.
It's 23.
No, what I have is 15.9. Oh, okay. Okay. 23 trillion naira. Okay, yeah, sorry. 23 trillion naira. This has never happened since we came in 2023. And it's well commendable, and we hope that the implementation of this budget will transform the infrastructure we have in the country, in particular roads, railway, power, and is contributor of our GDP. And it also, allocating because it caters for the welfare and well-being of the majority of Nigerians. And thirdly, Mr. President, I'm also impressed with the allocation of well over 5 trillion naira on security. Without security, we cannot go anywhere. And this amount, if properly utilized, it will certainly confront the challenges we are having, particularly on banditry, insurgency, and other related crimes like kidnapping. Once we do this, Mr. President, Nigeria will be out of the wood. Security is the foundation of development. Without security, there will be no development. And I'm also impressed with the total amount allocated to the educational sector. As stated in the lead debate, no nation will rise above its educational standard. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done well by allocating huge amount of money to the development of education. My prayer and hope is that this amount will be released to the various MDAs so that it will lift the standard of education in the country. Mr. President, with this few remarks, I will say this is a budget of consolidation and resilience, and we look forward to its proper implementation. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Senator Sani Musa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East. Just as my colleagues have said, this is a budget of consolidation. And I believe that now that we are going into a political period by next year, when this budget will be on, what I have seen Mr. President have done here is making available about 15.9 trillion to service our debts. Servicing our obligations is very important, and that keeps the economy moving. And there will be confidence between us and our developing partners, because if we fail to apportion this kind of amount for our service, to service our debt, definitely the economy will have some issues. But what he has done here is very good. And then when you look at the capital expenditure, just as he said, most of the allocations are going to infrastructure like road construction. Road construction everywhere is very important, especially that our roads have been there for quite a long time, not fixed. I think this is the time that with these consolidations, these roads can be taken care of. With all this, I believe that 2026 is going to be much better with a single budget, much better than what we had previously. And I believe that my colleagues will give support to this bill to pass the second reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Shumole.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your leadership. I want to join those who have spoken to appreciate this budget as presented by Mr. President, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And as has been made, for me, from the point of view of job creation, I think the allocation to infrastructure is a way to make a bold statement that jobs have to be created by spending our revenue in a manner that will lead to employment. So infrastructure is necessarily job-led job base. So we are likely to witness a job-led growth rather than jobless growth. And across the country, I am sure everybody will have a feel that indeed 2026 will be remarkably different from 2025, having overcome some of the TT problems arising from some of the radical reforms that this president had introduced. On the defense, I think it reflects national sentiment that it is now clear that nothing else will matter unless the country is secured, and security is not cheap. But the message we have to ensure that they understand that this money being appropriated is meant to ensure prudent procurement, appropriate remuneration may be safer. They need to be assisted to move away from the not too happy past, where our men, evil government. I listened to a former president saying that he had a report that suggests that these soldiers were better equipped than Nigerian army. That should not be the case. And this is not something we need to lament away. We need to deal with it squarely by ensuring that through our appropriate committees that deal with various arms of the Ministry of Defense, that our main devil lies. And under your leadership, we should have the courage to open up and ensure that proper procurement is done and Nigeria get value for money. Education is also job-led, because we live in a world increasingly that, I think there's unanimity that we live in a world that is knowledge-based and knowledge-driven. And the way to acquire it is through proper education, appropriate education. And I think this budget reflects that sentiment. I also see that there is a sufficient attention to healthcare, because no matter what we say, only those who are healthy will be able to work. And we can't overemphasize the importance of healthcare, and therefore the allocation to healthcare, I think, is also, for me, very important. But we need to use this floor, Mr. President. When we hear the figures allocated to debt servicing, most Nigerians will understandably wonder, why are we spending so much money to service debt? I think it's important that on this floor we remind our countrymen and women that these debts have been incurred over the years, and some of them were incurred with many years of moratorium, and they have now fallen due for repayment under this government. And this government, because government is a continuum, has responsibility to appropriate whatever is required to maintain the image of the country so that we remain a nation that respects its debt obligations to various creditors. We can go on and on and on. I think the president was frank to admit that things can be better, but obviously huge progress has been made. Only those who know where we are coming from will appreciate where we are vigilant, not only in doing all we have to do at the level of appropriation committees, but that when it is finally passed, we should be seen to pay every attention to ensure transparency so that the intention of the president is realized. We have to assist the president to ensure that Nigeria get value for money. Thank you, Mr. President, for your patience.
Thank you. Distinguished Senator Ahmad Lawan, Senate President Emeritus.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Ahmed Lawan. Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, distinguished Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for this very historic budget, very bold and courageous approach to dealing with issues of security, of development, and welfare. I have 2 or 3 issues to focus on. First of all, Mr. President, defense appears to have the largest share. And that is the mindset of this administration, to secure us, protect us, and of course, our armed forces and other security agencies would have more resources available to them. I still feel that they need more, but within the 10. Mr. President, when we look at the implementation of the 2024 budget and what will happen in 2025, which will end on 31st March of next year, I believe that we have so much lessons to learn. Next year, 2026, distinguished colleagues, is going to be full of political activities. And therefore, we need to ensure that January to 31st March, in which 2025 will be implemented, and of course, the 2026 are implemented faithfully. We must work together with the executive to ensure that the political activities do not jeopardize the implementation of the budget, because this is the budget that will make us really put all the necessary infrastructure that we need. We had issues in the 2024. I believe that working together, ensuring that the processes in the Ministry of Finance of releasing funds are enhanced, and therefore contractors will be able to access their funds, and we should be able to ensure that such funds are made available and do not constrain the implementation of the budget. Because God forbid, if for any reason, for example, we are not able to complete to 2025 from January to 31st March, there could be abandoned projects. And that will also dovetail into the implementation of 2026 appropriation. So I believe that we have every reason to work together with the executive arm and to insist on ensuring that budgets are implemented fully. We are going to support, whether it is getting more revenues or borrowing. What we want is to have the infrastructure provided in the country. Finally, the Federal Ministry of Livestock was created, established by this administration. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, when I look at what is there for the livestock ministry, it's so paltry. The livestock industry in Nigeria is both an economic and a security issue, Mr. President, because the livestock industry alone is over 35 trillion naira today, and been happening over the years between the nomads and the herders, and of course the farmers. If we are able to stabilize this industry, this sector of our economy would have achieved both economic and security successes. So I want to urge my colleagues that we have a budget before us that will make Nigeria far better. And I'm so happy that there is so much generosity in providing the funds for every sector and every part of the country to ensure equal development and fair distribution. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Plan, distinguished Senator Plan. Just 1 minute so that we can go into second reading.
Yes, sir. President of the Senate, distinguished colleagues, I'm Senator Dicket Plan. I represent Plateau Central. I rise to join my dear colleagues in appreciating the appropriation bill presented to us by Mr. President. What I see in the appropriation bill that I need to speak about is that this appropriation bill prioritizes microeconomic stability.
Chief Whip.
Microeconomic growth. You also find infrastructural development, and so particularly it is sector focus. And in the sector focus, the impact on individuals and the stability of the economy is exponential. I believe with the appearance of Mr. President before us, as he was talking to us, you could see his heart in his face. And therefore, there is high hope that the 2026 economic year may be more productive to Nigerians, may be more stable to Nigerians. And I feel with this laid out appropriation, it will be, okay, I'm commanded to remove my glass, and I respect Chief Whip that I should remove my glass. Thank you. And what is on ground, I feel that we have a responsibility to support Mr. President on oversight so that his good dreams will be actualized in terms to extend the railroads, the rail lines from the southwest to northwest, maybe in no distant time. Another thought would be looked at so that the northeast will be looked into. Because if if both sides are well dissected or well taken care of in terms of transportation, it will bring a lot of development. I therefore support and call that we have a duty to support this bill and then ensure that it is actualized. I thank you for the opportunity.
Is it Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Senator Aminu Abbas. I represent Adamawa Central. Mr. President, I'm happy for the country to see this kind of budget at this time. Mr. President, my reason is that if you look at the budget thoroughly, the capital expenditure that was budgeted is 150%, that's 52.0% above the current expenditure. That's non-debt current expenditure, which is unprecedented in Nigeria. We have not seen this kind of budget before. And if you look at overall, the budget is 40% capital. My own prayers, Mr. President, is that this budget, we have responsibility to ensure that it works for the people. It's not as usual ritual when it comes to implementation. That it is our duty to ensure that the capital expenditure of 23.2 trillion is being implemented for the benefit of Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for making it brief. Senator Sokwa.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Asuko Ekpenyong, Senator representing Cross River South. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to add my voice to most of my colleagues and start off by commending Mr. President for his presentation of this budget, which is aptly themed or named the budget of consolidation, resilience, and consolidation, resilience, and shared prosperity. This budget, which is earmarked at 58.4 trillion naira, is remarkable because the four main things which Mr. President has set out to achieve, number one, which is extremely fundamental, the role of government, the primary security of 0.5 trillion has been earmarked because without adequate infrastructure, the business, society, or economy can't thrive. On education, 3.5 trillion. On health and social services, 2.48 trillion. My plea is that this budget should be well implemented, exceeding the implementation of the last year's budget. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Distinguished Senator Isonazo.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Osita Isonazo. I represent Imo West. Mr. President, I would like to commend the President for this very realistic budget. What the most interesting to me about this budget is that the era of having multiple budgets have come to an end. From what Mr. President has said, in his budget of consolidation, renewed resilience, and shared prosperity, is that by the 34, as well as 2025 capital would have been fully implemented.
That means that we are going to have one budget running in the year 2026. That is remarkable. And for the first time, Mr. President, he has charged the Minister of Finance, who is also the coordinating Minister of the Economy, the Minister of National Planning, the Budget Office DG, and the Accountant General to ensure that this budget will be fully implemented. And if you look at the sectoral allocations of this budget, Mr. President, I've touched on the core areas of security and defense, human capital development, health, as well as infrastructure. That means that this budget is a budget that all of us believe that should be better than the previous budget. To me, this is a realistic budget, and this is cutting our coat according to our size. So I want to commend Mr. President for bringing this budget, and I hope, and I sincerely hope, that this budget will be fully implemented. Because Mr. President said it's not about what we present, but it is about what we deliver. That's what he said. So for a man to say that, it means that he believes in the 100% implementation of 2026 budget. So I rest my case by saying that we should commit this bill to the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Emmanuel Memgaudende. I represent the very good people of Benue Northeast. Like those who have spoken before me, I commend Mr. President for the priorities in the 2026 budget, most particularly for prioritizing security. Like most of you are aware, the bulk of my people are refugees in their very own abode. For prioritizing security, it means if the budget is forced, my people will go back to their farms, and thus agriculture will be encouraged. And so I urge my colleagues to support this budget and ask that it be read a second time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Saliu Mustafa.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Saliu Mustafa, representing Kwara Central. Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, I rise to lend my voice to this budget of not only renewed hope, but a budget of, I would say, realities on ground. The facts and figures speak for themselves. With what we have before us, I don't think there's any other thing anybody wants to argue about or want to distill better than what has been presented before us. I think at this junction, it will be more pertinent for us to not only wish and hope, but to also come through an divine intervention of prayers that this budget will not only see the realities of the day, but it will be carried out to the latter, and it will succeed in this year of 2026 we are entering. I say this because we are going to will really help us and assist us to deliver a lot to our people, our constituents. So I want to join all those who have spoken in favor of this budget of Mr. President, that come 2026, every individual in this country will have felt
the impact of this budget of renewed hope. And we pray that may the Almighty give the leaders the wisdom and the guide so as to not only deliver but exceed the performance of this budget. So I so submit.
Senator Ekong Samson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Ekong Samson. I speak for Akwa Ibom South. I would like to align with the third of opinion of my colleagues about the very high hopes that this budget throws up. We have very high hopes that this budget will help to drive dreams and take us to the promised land. 2026 must be better. In Akwa Ibom South, we have very high hopes based on our expectations. We have ASCOM that is bought in Akwa Ibom State. I represent that part of our state. If there's one project that sits very well among our people, is the fact that Ibom Deep Seaport must take off the ground and help to drive various trajectories for this country. A budget framework is at best a compass of fiscal expectations that helps to drive the dreams of a people. With what we have here, one trust that the framework of implementation will be taken very seriously. A budget framework is meaningless if not implemented. I trust that with the very high hopes that we have, and given the very seriousness, the very serious approach that Mr. President has taken, one trust that this budget will be well implemented. A budget that is well implemented is the superhighway to the greatness of a people. So I want to throw my full weight beyond the high hopes that this encapsulates, and I trust with very profound implementation. I'm very impressed about the attitudes to defense, protect lives and property, drive investments, and that clearly helps to illustrate the dreams that we have. So I am one of those who are very hopeful that the best times lie ahead, and with the very serious approach that will drive this budget framework, especially, and I must emphasize, in terms of implementation. I'm also impressed about our navigation for a single budget. It's very, very important that this budget.
80. Yes, distinguished Senator Igwisagba.
The President of the Senate, my respective colleagues, my name is Senator Jide Ikpinsagba, representing Ondo North Senatorial District. I want to join all the supporters of this bill again, that this bill is a robust one. It is a compassing bill. It has taken into consideration all areas of our economies. But what I want to advise here is that no matter how good this bill is, without proper implementation, it will not serve that purpose. I will employ all our colleagues who are chairmen of committees to step up in their oversight function so that they can support Mr. President in making sure that this bill is the budget is well implemented, and that everything is done according to what is planned here. I think together we can do it better if we follow this discussion.
The minority leader. So after you, we talk to the chief whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. distinguished colleagues, I want to lend my voice to this debate and to say that as crafted, this budget looks beautiful. Present the gateway to a prosperous Nigeria. Mr. President, I want to say, however, that there are worrying trends in our economic development in recent times. I think that the chunk of money that has been allocated to infrastructure now will be properly and effectively utilized towards providing for especially road infrastructure, which is in some serious state of disrepair. Mr. President, even then, there is a worrying trend in our agriculture in recent times. Nigerian farmers hearken to the clarion call of government to go to the farms. They borrowed money, provided inputs to produce food. Mr. President, it is gladdening to note that the prices of some basic food items have drastically come down, but at a cost. That the farmers who went to borrow money at high interest rates are now in a dilemma, as the sale of these agricultural products will not adequately pay for the inputs that were injected into the production. I therefore hope that in implementing this budget, adequate attention and priority will be given to farm implements, farm inputs that will alleviate the suffering of farmers as a result of the inflow of agricultural products without any corresponding inflow and cheaper farm implements and inputs. Mr. President, I just hope sincerely that with the repeal and the reenactment of our previous budgets, and this budget, Mr. President, has characterized as budget of consolidation, properly implemented, Mr. President, I think we are on a good pathway towards leading Nigeria out of the woods. I so submit, Mr. President.
The distinguished Senator Amos Joanna.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amos Yohana, Adamawa North. Mr. President, I don't think any patriot would see any problem with this budget. But I would like to call on the federal government to review its system of implementing budgets, where the practice at the moment is very centralized. I would like the federal government to allow the MDAs.
Your mic.
The MDAs who award the contracts should be allowed to complete all the including payment of the contracts and all the services rendered. The practice today where the MDAs only can upload and wait for a centralized payment is hindering the implementation of our budgets. And so, as we support this beautifully crafted budget, federal government must review its system of implementation. I so submit, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
That's the last.
Okay. Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohammed Tahir Monguno. I represent Borno North Senatorial District. Mr. President, I commend the President for giving a place of prominence to the defense and security sector, because security is a primacy of governance. And the reason why the people surrender their sovereignty to the government is in return for government to guarantee peace, order, and good governance. So giving security place of prominence is highly commendable. Then two, budgets, no matter how beautifully couched and presented, remain in the realm of mere estimates if they are not implemented. I'm happy Mr. President has equally alluded to that, and the budget is going to be implemented to the latter with a view to bringing dividends of democracy to the doorsteps of the people. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, is there anybody who is opposed to this being read a second time? Okay. Leader of the Senate.
Well, Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, that was actually my motion, and in support of that motion, I read my lead debate and was seconded by the...
Okay, minority
so
leader.
you can put the questions.
Mr. President, I second the motion that this bill be read a second time. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support that this bill be read a second time say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation of the total sum of 58 trillion 472 billion 628 million 944,759 naira only, of which 4 trillion 997 billion 381 million 103,856 naira only is for statutory transfers. 15 trillion 909 billion 361 million 631,657 naira only is for debt service. 15 trillion 251 billion 538 million 827,423 naira only is for recurrent non-debt 347 million 381,824 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for the capital expenditure for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2026, SB 987, second reading.
Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation, the total sum of 58 trillion 472 billion 628 million 944,759 naira only, of which 4 trillion 97 billion 381 million 103,856 naira only is for statutory transfers, and 15 trillion 909 billion 361 million 631,657 naira only is for debt service, and 15 trillion 251 billion 538 million 827,423 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 23 trillion 214 billion 347 million 381,824 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for capital expenditure for the year ending 31st day of December 2026. Second reading. taken. This bill is now committed to the Committee on Appropriation to revert to the Senate in 1 month. Distinguished colleagues, they need 10 minutes. He's talking about, huh? Well, no, we don't have such time. So we will give him 1 hour for enable us come back here to pass the votes and proceedings, and thereafter we will properly adjourn the Senate, but we will adjourn the Senate to 27th of January. 27th of January 2026, but we are not going to do that now. So accordingly, the Senate is hereby adjourned for 1 hour to enable us to take refreshment and revert. Almighty God, ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee to inspire and guide all our counsels and actions, so that we may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us with thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria. Amen. Distinguished colleagues, just one item, we look at the votes and proceedings, and thereafter we adjourn. distinguished colleagues, page 1387. Because of this, the appropriation, and okay, so I should wait.
We are ready.
I hope you are not going. Okay, but have you got the copies now? Okay, can we proceed? Thank you. Page 1387. page 1388, page 1389, page 1390, page 1391, page 1392, page 1393, page 1395, page 1396, page 1397, page 1398, page 1399. Please check to be sure the figures are correct. Page 1400, page 1401, page 1402, page 1403, page 1404, page 1405, page 1406, page 1407, page 1408, page 1409, page 1410, page 1411, page 1412, page 1413, page 1414, page 1415, page 1416, page 1417, page 1418, page 1419, page 1420, page 1421, page 1422, page 1423, page 1424. Yes, distinguished Senator Yaradua.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, I am Abdulaziz Musa Radwa. Of today, 23rd December 2025, as a true reflection of what transpired today. I so move, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Amos Johanna.
Mr. President, colleagues, Amos Johanna Adamo North, I rise to second the motion that the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 23rd December 2025 be adopted. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support that the votes and proceedings of the Tuesday, 23rd day of December 2022 be adopted and approved by this hallowed chamber, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The votes and proceedings are hereby approved. Yes, Deputy Senate President. I thought you wanted to thank your colleagues for the cooperation throughout the year as they proceed for a long vacation and wish them well, free of accident. No bad news will come to us and they will come back in good health.
Well, let me, on behalf of the Senate President, even though he's going to give the final vote of thanks, let me thank the entire membership of the Senate for the hard work that be able to put in doing our work here. What is happening even today as we speak is a pointer to the dedication and determination of the Senate to work for our fatherland, Nigeria. We've been working since morning in order to get these bills passed, and even though our Christian brothers and sisters ought to be at home, in preparation for the Christmas, but they decided to remain here to work for our country. We can't thank you enough for the cooperation that you've been extending to leadership and the way you've been working so hard for the interests of this country. We do hope that going by the determination, Mr. President, to turn around our economy, to bring prosperity to this nation, we will continue to support him. We've been supportive right from the beginning. Shall continue to extend this hand of support to Mr. President so that at the end, particularly for the end of next year, the major problem of the issue that we have, we can see that a lot of money has been provided in the 2026 budget to deal with the problem of insecurity and also to reshape our economy. We do hope by the grace of God, going by what the President is doing and the support we are providing to Mr. President, atmosphere of prosperity that we all are willing to have in this country. And by the grace of God, that will be achieved. Once again, thank you very much, and thank for the support to be given to the Senate President, to the entire leadership, and we hope under the renewed hope agenda, Mr. President, prosperity will be something that will envelop the entire country. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the chance to speak.
Distinguished colleagues, let me join the Deputy Senate President to appreciate you and to thank you for the support that you have given to the leadership of the Senate from January 2025 to date. And to say that, yes, indeed, we are adjourning to reconvene in January to enable us attend to the Yuletide season, the Christmas season, the New Year festivities, and also to reunite with our families and our constituents. And therefore, I thank you and I wish you successful break, being on break. The burial ceremony of our departed colleague, the distinguished Senator Esia, is announced. We will all communicate through our platform to enable us attend and give him a befitting outing and pay our last respect. But once again, may his soul rest in perfect peace. And not only him, may the soul of our late colleague, the Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, also rest in perfect peace. I want to say that the souls of all departed, both senators and non-senators alike, and those ravaged by insurgents, and banditry in our dear country and insecurity, may their souls rest in perfect peace. May God Almighty console the families, give them the fortitude to bear the losses, and help Nigeria to have a peaceful nation from January 2026 henceforth. I also want to use this opportunity on behalf of all of us to congratulate the President for doing a very difficult job well, steering the ship of state and ensuring that Nigeria remains stable and giving us hope with the economic reforms and the way he has piloted the affairs of the country. We pray that nobody will be left behind come 2026 and that all Nigerians will see prosperity and peace will remain our portion. In Almighty God's name, amen. So, congratulations and Happy New Year in advance. To the leadership of the Senate, you will, as usual, join me to pay a New Year visit to Mr. President on the 1st of January, wherever you are. So put that date in mind. So congratulations and safe journeys. No accident will see you, your positions. I don't see a senator going for a lower position. May God Almighty grant you your desires. And may we have places in your kingdom. When we come to visit you, remember that you were once a senator. Don't keep us waiting for too long. Future excellencies, congratulations to all of you, and may the blessings of God Almighty remain the portion of all of us in this Senate, and may our family prosper, and may no illness be their portion, and may we find peace as we go back home, and may our constituents be happy with us and get ready to re-elect us as many times as possible. God will give us the wisdom and the enablement to meet their desires. And then we wish good health to Mr. President and a prosperous new year in advance. I thank you all. Accordingly, the Senate is hereby adjourned to the 27th day of January, Tuesday, 2026 at 11 a.m. prompt.